Why, hello there. Let's get that adjusted right quick. That good. Check this real fast before we get into it here. Okay. Tell me, are you good? You're gonna be a jerk today, aren't you? Okay, that's good. And that seems to be good as well. Alrighty. We are ready to rock. As soon as that goes away. And we start that up. Okay, so we need to fix our tests, the last of them. So we'll start there. And we'll run to refresh our memory of what exactly was broken still. That over there while that runs. Okay. So update room connection deleted is broken. Let's take a look here. Up here. So, we've got our controller. We have our warning string. We expect it to be 0 when we load. That's fine. We load our test map. We go ahead and clone our target tile here so we have its current state saved. And we set up some variables for it. And then we do an update. And we sublist so the last connection goes away. And because we picked 2, 2, we won't know what that connection is actually. We can go look for it, but we don't know just like off top of our heads. We do update tile. Starting ID and position shouldn't change. The room data, description shouldn't change. The connections we expect to be the same as the updated data connections, which... Wait. Yeah, okay, so that's our updated data. We expect it to be the same. We expect the connection table for the guy we deleted to not be there anymore. We expect, or we get the target connection tile. So we look at the tile itself. Get connection tile, last connection test controller. And we expect that the connection vector, this is actually, this is null now, right? Because we removed it, we should have nulled it. So it shouldn't be empty. It should just be null. But when we call empty, on the connection tile object, connection to vector, connection tile. Why would connection tile be empty? we don't have an implementation here for empty. Oh, get connection to vector, right. So get connection to vector. If we look at just horizontal for the sake of a look, we don't know which one it is, but it shouldn't really matter because connection to vector should return a null. I think. Well, actually, no, that's not true. It shouldn't be null, right? Room connection deleted. As long as there's still a connection, which there should be, because this should be a 4x4, I believe. So let's go double check. Oh, this is a test. I don't want to be in a test. I want to be in the actual file here. Get connection to vector. So yeah, this could return null, but it shouldn't be. And I guess we should probably double check. Turn north connection. So that'll be null if it is. And then diagonal. Behaves the same way. Okay, so they return null if they are null. We know that, meow. So when we go in here, update room, blah, blah, blah. At the end of it, it goes through the neighbors, and if they're in range, we update the connection tile. We shouldn't be in this case. It should be a room we go around. We go through the connections there. If we find the correct direction, we update with the connection data in ourselves here. We shouldn't find it. So we didn't find that, and our opposite coordinate, it should not be null because we're in 2, 2. We got to be careful here also. If we're not in range of our map here, we need to continue. We won't actually have this case in anything right now, but it's possible in the future. Opposite side of this connection is off the map. No connection is possible in that direction. Continue. Missing a paren. There we go. That won't address this. Okay, so we've deleted one. There should be something on the opposite side. So found connection should be true. This should not be null. This connection tile, update connection. We put in our placeholder. And if you have a location and or an origin and a destination, we need to go make sure. Enter exit in the description. So this should return true, so it should be empty. Okay. So we need to come in here and debug this. We're expecting empty unless I have misunderstood. Expecting in the sense of what we're actually expecting and not what the test is looking for. So target connection tile is get connection tile, so that should be updated. So we have an east and we have a west, and they both have data in them. So we probably need to come in here. Let's get out of there. You update tile. It should be a room. Come down here for me. Okay. The connections here. There's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Or there's 7, yeah. Okay, so we should be missing one. That should be correct. We're gonna go around. It would have been helpful to know. But I didn't. It'd be helpful to know which one we deleted. Asynchronous gap. Or we can get up here, though. So our target tile, 1, 1. Size is 8. From the east to the west. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 is correct. So this is from the east to the west at 0, 1. From the east to the west. That's correct. So we want to do vector here is going to be north, right? Yeah. North, No. Thought it would loop around. In debug. Am I crazy? Let's go back in. Okay. Okay. We go in, we do the thing. If we do was it name? Oh, that was only for directions. All right, whatever. We'll just do it the hard way. So 1 minus 1, that's northeast. This should be east. 1, 0, yes. Southeast. South. Southwest. This should be west. Minus 1, 0, yes. Okay, so west. We're in range. Let's step into here. This connection tile is this. This connection tile is a horizontal, east and west. It should be losing. If we're here, we changed here. It should be losing the east to west. So this one. And we're going to go around him. So once again, no, this one's actually going to be on the east. So this would be north, northeast, east. So north. This should be northeast. Vector 1 minus 1. So yes. This should be east. One more over. Yeah. So 2, 2. You're not null. You are room data. We go through your connections. We shouldn't find any. We come down. So opposite coordinate is 0, 2. We're at 1, 2. We're looking to the east. So yeah, to the west. You are in range. We didn't find that opposite chord is 0, 2. We're at 2, 2, so we're at 1, 1. Screw that up. Jason is 2, 2. So opposite should be -2, -2, right? No, 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 no. opposite chord, 0, 2. That's not right. Location is 1, 2. I thought we were at 2, 2. How did we end up with 1, 2? Location. Update 1, 2. Oh, right. Because we're in the, yeah. So, 0, 2 is correct here, because we're in the view tile. So in the actual inflated map at 0, 2, that is where we should be looking. Connection data. Origin is adjacent tile. Location, which is 1, 1. Destination is that location plus the vector, which is 1, 0. Adjacent tile location, 1, 1 plus 1, 0 makes it 2, 0. So from 1, 1, that's not right, is it? Location. Adjacent tile location is 1, 1. Vector is 1, 0. So we're rebuilding the eastern connection here with an empty placeholder. We deleted the west connection. Adjacent tile location plus vector. This shouldn't be adjacent tile. Location 1, 2. Vector 1, 0. We didn't find anything going that way to the west. So this should be the other way around, I believe. So then when we come down to here, let's see. Why didn't you catch? Yeah, you can't stop in there. There we go. Get connection tile. So target connection tile should be at 1, 2, right? Oh, we don't know. We're going to assume. So from 0, 1, so to the east, that should be there. From the east to the west. And then your last connection vector. That gives me minus 1, 0. Which is the west. That should be correct. So to the west here didn't get updated correctly, and I'm pretty sure because adjacent tile in this case is our east. So it's from there to... Wait. Vector times minus 1. Flip it. Right? Yes. Connection deleted. Now passes. Okay. And let's see. We have... Well, we'll worry about those in a second. Add new and remove room tile are failing. If we roll this back... Those were already failing. So we've just fixed one and not introduced other failures, it appears. Okay, good. Okay, this one, new tile ID was not added to the room table. Okay. That's a problem. Update tile, room data, update room. There won't be any current objects. We skip down to here. We make sure that you're empty. We set that. We update. Yeah, we lost along the way. Room table. And I don't go, is the UUID value and then the coordinates. Just like that. And you can't be null here. New tile ID was not added. Is that not? Room to update. Room table. UUID value, the room's IDs to their offset coordinates. It's going to be that, not the room's locations. so that we know where they are in the inflated map, because we have the location, but not the other fella there. We're trying to translate between inflated and the actual with that table. Okay. Remove a room tile. Connection tile at 2, 3. Has 1 connections remaining. Should be 0. 2, 3. Okay, so we're probably messing with 2, 2 again, right? You. 2, 2. So 2, 3, if we have removed the room, has 1 connections remaining, should be 0. That sounds correct to me as a premise. What am I overlooking? Because I thought we tested that. Manually. We have a list of coordinates. We don't actually need this list anymore, because we have compass vectors. Maybe that was already used. We leave you direction. It's not the end of the world. Well, you are a vector, though. Why are you mad? Ah. Target data location. Alright, that's fine. We'll just leave you. Oh, we can do that. This should really be that. And then that can be vector. There we go. Okay. Connection count. Get connections length. Diagonals have 2 connections remaining. Yes, that's true. We remove the room. This seems legit to me. Confused, though. Because we did test you. Did we break you along the way when we fixed other things, maybe? So, like, if we just pick a room and we delete you. Nope. Yeah, we broke you along the way. Okay. Good to know. And I bet you... Was it related to this, maybe? No. It has to be related to this. Right here. Our adjacent tile is null. And it should be we do need to make sure we call these in the correct order really quick. So we go to, this is delete room, right? Yes. Delete room. We do all that to delete. We clean up the destination table. We go through the adjacent rooms, delete that. Connection data, connection to delete that. Room table, remove. Map, null that. Then we go through our neighbors. So that should be the correct order of operations. So when we go, we're in our connection guy. We found an adjacent tile that is null. We null delete connection for vector to the inverse, so backwards, but also delete connections for vector to the direction that we're going. That should be true for both. As long as we're within range of the map. Stop that and run this again really quick. Remove room tile. Expected 0, actual 1. That tracks with what we saw. Let's debug it. Okay, get out of there. Wait, do we not? There we go. Switch adjacent tile. Okay. So if we're at 2, 2, which is actually 1, 1, adjacent coordinate. Ooh. Location. Did we feed you the wrong? I think we did. So in delete up here. Neighbor location is room offset plus vector. Our room offset. Oh, we're in the wrong neighborhood here. We need to be up here first. We're still in the setup. There we go. Okay. Meow. So our location is 2, 1. So we're north of it. That's correct. And our test failure 2, 3 is where we want to be. Location's still 2, 1 though. Oh, because I'm in the wrong. I'm still in the wrong. We're going through all its neighbors. Our location is 3, 1. Two, 3. 3, 2. 3, 3. 2, 3. Here we go. So we're going to go around. And we're looking. So at 2, 2, that's the one we removed. So that should be null. Excuse me. Adjacent tile is 2, 2. This map, there you are. 2, 2. I'm in the wrong thing. No. Oh, we called update tile. I'm in the wrong testing it. Dang it. Debug this one. Okay. This is going to be the setup code still, though. You, down here. Remove room tile. Okay. Let's see. Delete room. There we go. There's my call. Cancel that. You. Okay. From now on, we're in the delete, not the setup. Okay. And we're looking for, again, 3, 2? 2, 3. 2, 3. So, 3, 1, 3, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3. Come in. You should be null. Okay. So 2, 2 is null. Our inverse vector, so our vector is 0, minus 1. So we're looking at the east. We delete connection for vector, the inverse vector, which is 0, 1. And if we're in 2, 3, and we started at 2, 2. Wait. 2, 2, and then our vector is 0, minus 1. That's north? Adjacent coordinate is 2, 2, though. X is the same, minus... Adjacent coordinate is location plus vector. Our location is 2... Oh, it's 2, 3. Right. Okay. 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3. So that's to the south. So looking north. Okay. That's fine. We can look north. It's still null here. So delete connection for vector. This connection tile. We have a north and a south, right? So, bop. North connection is there, but the south connection has been deleted because that's the inverse. Delete the connection for bop us. So both of them are null. And then we go... Make sure we're in range. Inverse tile. So if we're north, we should be looking south? I think this is backwards. Inverse tile. You're not a room data. This is map inverse vector. Oh, we didn't do... This is not right. Inverse vector is 0, 1, which is south for 1. We're looking at the northern one. So this should be... If we're north, we found... That's not true. Location is 2, 3. We're south. We looked north and we found no, because we deleted you. Now we need to go south again. Yeah, so this should be still in... No, it should be inverted. We just need to... Inverse vector. This needs to be... Oop. Right? Adjacent coordinate is 2, 2. That's the one we found is null. This connection tiles location is location. Yeah. Location plus inverse vector. If inverse location is in range, so that we go one step further. That. Stop that. Let's rerun this. Still have a connection left over. Okay, we'll have to come back in to here. But I'm going to take a quick break and use the restroom. And my coffee's still hanging in there a little bit. I'll probably grab a beverage when that goes out. But I'll be right back. All right, more better. So, what effect has this had? That needs to go away for a second until we hit the other one. There we go. And we're still looking at 2, 3. 3, 1, 3, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3. Which is the south. Yes. Still. We're looking at 2, 2. We find that you're null. Okay. We have our inverse vector now. So that is... our vector is north, our inverse vector is south. So we clear out the connections to the south. We clear out the connections to the north. We go inverse location 2, 2. That's not right. Hang on. So we're south. We look north. We find that, yeah, it should be south of us here. Location is 2, 3. So this should be 2, 4. That's correct. We make sure that you're in range. Indexes to delete. Inverse tile is a room data. It's at 1, 2. That's not right. We're at 2, 2. Inverse location. Inverse location is 2, 4. Map at 2, 4. Thinks it's at 1, 2. Okay. Well, that is the one that's in there. I'll have to look at that here in a minute. Wait, this is going to be, okay. 2, 2 is actually 1, 1. This is correct. This is 1, 2. That's why. Because we didn't translate back, I bet. So we go through here. If connection data destination is equal to adjacent coordinate, which is not 2, 2, it's 1, 1. Divided by map offset. Translate the inflated coordinate back to the true location. That. That fixes that. Okay, cool. Okay. Now we got a couple more in here. And let's also, just while we're here, we're going to run this again really quick and make sure that those all went away like we thought they should. And like they were before we messed with it, but we ended up, you know, needing to account for other things, and we broke it along the way. Okay, so if we go down to one with room, we can still delete. They go away again. Perfect. Happy with that, I suppose. All right, you have overwritten my test map run. Let me run you again. Remove. Let's see here. Out here, we expect connection to be empty when we clear the connection. Clear connection from tables. Because that's why now. We don't do that anymore here. We would need to go... Ooh, actually, that brings up an interesting point. Did we kind of shoot ourselves in the foot by removing that logic, I wonder? Because if we are, let's just say in here... Crap. I forgot about that. Okay. Who uses you? Delete selected tile uses you, but we don't actually need to. We can call directly this. Go back up there, please. Oh wait, no, this is map editor. Crap, okay. You get used there. Right, that makes sense. You also get used here. Okay. So we don't actually use you anywhere else. But you used to be, yeah, you would have moved, huh? You would have been... Clear connection calls you. Used to also call the private clear connection. Oh, actually, do we still have you? No, okay. Clear connection used to be called there as well. Clear connection. We renamed. And then we really kind of chopped it up a little bit. But parent offset location as room data connections remove where. Okay, this might be fine. Well, no, that's not really true. What we really need to do let's get out of there really quick. Done with that for a second. So this is a connection data, not a tile. We figure out what your parent coordinate is. In the map as room data, we remove your connections from your parent. So we would then need to we need to then just call update on you, right? Because we went and grabbed your parent and we removed you. I guess it would probably be not here we'd want to do this, but up where we call you. Clear connection from tables, followed by get connection tile parent, well, except for we just deleted you. We could do that beforehand though. Connection tile parent coordinate. Connection table at the connections ID. Return null, otherwise return the parent ID. And then our map editor calls this for each connection as it goes through. So we give you your own ID. Wait. Just the connection data. Clear connection, and then update connection tile. Geez, that can't be null. And then we give you this tile location. Let's rerun this. When we go in, delete this guy. That's not working either. Clear connection. Update connection tile. We're not getting... Oh, we did. We did get console spam. Null check operator used on a null value. And I bet you it's just because in our clear up here, I did not null check this. I just said you couldn't be null. Something funky happening. Clear connection to the get connection tile parent coordinate. We don't have an ID, do we? I bet. Oh, wait, no, this isn't a connection tile. That's why. Connection tile offset. Nope. Okay. We have to do this a different way. Let's close that. Because this isn't a connection tile. It's a connection data. We go through each of the connection datas in the tile at the map editor level. So that's going to be a problem, and that is cold. So we'll just go ahead and finish it. Okay, so adjust my chair there. So if we're going to do this, we can nuke it from the room. That's fine. I guess the... parent offset location. Get connection tile parent coordinate. That shouldn't be working either, though, for the exact same reason, though. Connection data. Yeah, we do look you up by the UUID. So why don't we find you? Like, this is, in fact, that. If this tile location is null, unable to determine connection tile location for connection data ID that. And then that's already been checked, so we don't have to assert. Let's go in here. So when we go, and I'm just going to delete the same, or A1, it'll be fine. Either way. We come in here. A bit, please. Okay. Connection has a UUID. Connection table, which I should be able to look up actually in this connection table. we get a result back. So there's the parent ID. And then the parent offset location for room table at the parent ID. Okay, so this is working. All right. Clear connection from tables. Connection data. And then this tile location is still in. Oh, duh, because I gave it the parent location. But I don't know. I would just have to do a loopy loop. Okay, so we're doing this multiple times now, where we're going around a room. What we need to do with that is like update room. We need to pull out update connection tile. We can put you here, I guess is fine. Update adjacent connection tiles. Room location. So we give me a room location. I do offset location. Yeah. So we're just going to copy, we're going to paste. And instead of offset location, it's room location. And then here, I can call update adjacent connection tiles, not room location, offset location, like so, and then not do that. You can do the same thing in delete room, I think it was. We might also be able to do it in this one. We got a loop anyway, so we're just gonna let it do that. That's fine. Delete room. Yes, same deal here. Update adjacent connection tiles, room offset. Like so. And then we're going to do the same up here in our clear connection. Update adjacent connection tiles. This tile location is an incorrect name, but it's the correct variable here. This is parent room tile location, because we delete it from the room tile. Okay, so we shouldn't have Any other new failures? Unless there's something else that's broken. At the very least. Okay, we got connection deleted is broken. Concurrent modification. Ooh. Just double check what this is real quick. See if it's anything important. What even are you? I don't know what you are. Spam. Okay. So concurrent modification during iteration happening in update room tile here. Because clearing connection from tables, right. Because this now, wait. It's because of this. And you take a full connection to object. Okay. That's fine. We just put back the empty list. We might have to do it for both of these places, but that's okay. Add con data. Incoming room data. I think we can get away with for connection data into deletes. We're going to replace this. Assemble a list of connections are no longer present in the incoming room data. We will delete them next. Delete connections that no longer exist. We're going to rename that so it says room and tables so that it's easier to read in the future. And this I think we can get away with doing still. Unless I'm mistaken. Could be. Yeah, perfect. Okay. So we should be good to go now. Let's just make sure. Do a little manual testing here. You can be deleted. That's fine. Reply. These should all be empty. I need to double check that they get switched over. They do. Okay, perfect. Because we reselect. And then we should have no southeast in here. It's, oh, we do, but it's empty. Thought we didn't display. So like if I was to delete east, we don't display those in here normally. So why do we display this one? Let's go take a look at that. We can also just do a little double check in here. Those still exist. Those exist and they're full. And then they're back in. Okay, perfect. So we just need to look at why these guys display as empty in here. Let's, before we do that, fix the tests we broke earlier, plus the ones we broke with the refactor. Oh gosh, I forgot to add before I committed. Brain is farting today. Okay. I should stop and think about the thing I'm actually doing instead of this guy. Trying to think about where that gets set. It gets set in the room form. So in the map, tile data sidebar, room data form, map state connections, which connections is from the room tile. When we came in here, map controller, when we cleared you, should be up top here somewhere. Clear connection. We get that, get the parent coordinate. Clear connection from room and tables. Remove where. Connection data connection. Connection UUID is this connection's UUID. So you shouldn't be in there. So like if we look here, let's just reset. So we have less junk. All right, so if we look here, we have a southeast, right? Okay, makes sense. If we nuke this tile here and hit apply, southeast is still here, but it's empty. But if I was to change something here, out and back in, nope, southeast is still on there. It's still empty. As opposed to this. Oh, deleting on the room is broken. Crap. Where's my delete? I need to collapse these so I can read better. Not you. You don't collapse. Delete room. Oh, this is my controller, not my editor. Add connection. Close map. Reload map. Load map. Save map. New map. Set unsafe tile changes. Reset. Clear selected tile. Set selected tile. So selected. When it's a room, we clone it. We get the list of the connections that are in there. For connection data counting. Selected connections. Unsorted connections add. So what's different between delete selected tile, map controller delete room, selected tile? No, it wouldn't be that. It'd be delete. It'd be clear connection. And then we reset selected. But it's because when we do, it's not a delete when we remove them from here. It is a update. Save tile changes. We update the selected tile. So that has our changes in it. Connection data, con data and connections, we go through. If you're staged for deletion, we clear you. Clear connection versus clear connection. That should be the same. This sets selected tile. Deleting resets the selected tile. In both cases. No. Yes. So it sets selected here. Resets selected here. If you're null. Oh, we manually null that. Damn it. I fear that this is not correct. And that we really should just be driving it based on that. And saying that this is map controller. Map can't be null. That. And then that becomes that. That becomes that. And then my reset up here. That becomes a problem. Actually, it doesn't, because we can just reselect. And that's fine and dandy. I saw your previous comments. I was going to reply, but it's a slow day. If you want to know, Fluorite uses SDL3 and Dart flutters. Interesting. Of course, related to Stream Talk. Good luck with your game. Gotcha. Appreciate you. Yeah, I didn't look into it after I replied, actually. Just because I don't have a use for it right now. I'm not going to make any changes, so I kind of just put it on the back burner. Okay, so if we do that, I'm going to have some broken stuff. But that's fine. UI grid location. And I just don't care about the map tile you represent. I care about you in the sense of I need to know what you are. Do you need a tile data in here as room data? You do. Kind of. Never mind, maybe not. Yeah, that should have been a... This should have been a void to begin with. We need access to the selected tile. Well, no, that's the state stuff. Can I just get away with not having tile data in you at all? What else is there that relies on you? The only thing you actually care about is a location for displaying purposes. We can just say that that's required. And then... Oh, but that can't be required. That needs to be optional for the sake of having a null one. Map location. If you give me a location, I display it to string. I don't need to grab location. That's less crap in the tile itself, which is good. I would like that. So then I get rid of lies. This I still do. We still look at you in the map controller and decide what you are. That's still important. This we do a null there, but you're still a UI grid location in you. We do the same thing here. Oh no, but we do go through here. Okay, let's not change this. That would have just been a nice little boost to be able to worry about less junk, but we're just going to roll all that back. Because it'll help keep our stuff the same. So we'll have to reset room 2. So we'll put you back. It's not the end of the world, really. That should still be void, though, and that uses only the grid location. That's fine. Yeah, you go back. You go back. That's fine. You get fixed. I already fixed you. You were supposed to be a void. Vertical. This one. I don't know why you weren't squigglied out, but that's fine. Okay, so theoretically now this should reload. Things should still work, but not be storing alt data. And then southeast is gone. Yep, that's exactly what was happening. Southwest, gone. Perfect. Okay. Fortunately, I'd already done a lot of the bits and pieces needed there to make that all work correctly again. We should double check and make sure that I can still create a connection. Just put some junk in there. And I still handle, that needs to be, there's an overflow there we got to fix. But it seems okay to me. I also noticed, though, we don't have a... Well, yeah, that's fine. We don't need to have a confirmation dialog there. Oh, you shut up. We don't need to have a confirmation dialog because we don't actually commit the changes. If you're clicking delete, we're going to trust that you wish to delete. Apply for changes is a different story. If we also try to connect to ourselves, can't do that, good. I can't connect to other things, good. Okay. Let's commit that. Fix stale data being displayed in selected tiles by having the state manager pull it from the map controller on click instead of data put into the room or the tiles cells. We are being a little bit wasteful there, but we do need this in here to know the connections so that we can populate this. And I would rather keep the API the same between room tiles and connection tiles than not. And there's other data we might want in there in the future, so we're going to leave that. Because we don't have like a biome or anything or an environment yet. But that's something we're probably going to want eventually. So we'll leave it in place. That way it's kind of there to consume. We can reset those changes. That's fine. The other tests, let's go ahead and jump in here and do the full set again. Make sure that everything else is still good to go. And it is. Okay, perfect. So we have fixed that trouble that we ran into. Let's pop open or pop out. You. I'll need you in a second. I will need you. Okay. So, this is going to be fixed. Connection tile set up in the rooms around it. Connections inside of origin destination set to 0. That should be fine. And dandy now. And we kind of found some other things along the way that we fixed. So, we're going to PR this guy. Confine that. Can delete it. It's now merged. Main wrong character Paul. Delete that old one. We got other things we gotta fix, but let's just go ahead and do that first. Okay, so new template for a rumor connection. Expand the new object on creation. Let's deprioritize that one just a second. This needs to be fixed. We'll just do one at a time here. So, drag, drop, connection, template, only saves first. Actually, we should double check and make sure that this is still a problem. I believe it will be. Connection will overwrite all connections intended, but saving will only modify the first connection. So let's just grab one of these fellas here. And we're going to replace all of you with foo. If I grab the right thing. Like so. These should be expanded, but we'll get there. So foo enter, foo leave, all this good stuff. They all get set. Apply. We go out and back in. This has been fixed. Okay. As part of the things we did to make updating rooms better and connections better, we seem to have fixed that. Let's make sure that it also applies to a room. I don't think this is actually valid. I think you have to drop on... Let me double check. Yeah, we don't allow you to drop only on one here. Or only on the whole thing. You have to specifically drop on each room. That appears to be broken, however. Broken along the way. We discovered that the other day too. That's fine. Okay, so this one actually fixed along the way. Cool. Dropping a connection template on a connection tile that lacks a room on one of the vectors will still attempt to create a connection there. So if we had a room like here, northwest, southeast, only those were created. We've created those. We fixed that along the way as part of tightening up those rooms, or the update for those guys, so that we have those placeholders. That makes this work correctly now. Free fix. Okay. Next. This is like just such a minor thing. I'm avoiding it for now. Room template does not validate. Okay, so this is part of our drag and drop being broken. Connection template to connection tile does not populate exit description. Let's go double check that. That seems to be working. This shouldn't work. It throws us unsaved changes, though. We'll make a bug for that. It's just a little... Oop. No. Stop it. It's really just visual, but... Editor, map editor... Dragging and dropping connection templates onto connection tile with no valid connections still displays unsaved changes banner. We'll put you down here. Probably even below that. It's the lowest priority there. This seems to have been fixed as part of our reworking, so that's cool. Goodbye, by the way. Going to go back to my project, which is best. I'll listen to the VOD later. Cool. Have a good one. Good luck with your stuff. I'm just going to sketch you down because you're also just a very minor little visual annoyance, basically. We do want to get it to it, but we want to work on harder stuff first, I think. This one. Let's take a look at drag and drop room template stuff. Let's reset you. Go to our rooms. So this should be broked. Doesn't validate. Cool. If I was to come in here and change that, then it would validate. So it's something to do with the update that goes into the data. Let's get rid of some of this other stuff for now. We're done with it until we're not. This is just like UI stuff. Accept draggable. Selected tile as room data description is that. So we set the state of our we set it in there. Oh, that's why. We set it in the map state. Why did I do that? Because we didn't have... No, we had those. Um, we had text controllers before. Description controller. Wait, am I outside? I'm outside of build, but I'm still inside the function. Why don't I have access to... description controller? I do have. It's just my IntelliSense isn't helping. Okay, cool. Big fan of that. Value copy with text is draggable room description. That fixes or that takes the place of this. And then we do verbose description controller value. Copy with draggable verbose description. And then we still do that. And because it's outside, we don't really need it. Okay. We're gonna restart this just to make sure everything gets squared away and new and fresh and clean. Map editor. Editor test map. And I think that the form state should be okay. I hope. No, it's not. Okay. So we probably also then have to maybe call... we have form key, don't we? Form key, widget.form key. Current state. No? Yeah, it should be that. Come to me, documentation. Teach me of your ways. Flutter, form, state, save, state. I guess I could validate, but leave. Oh, there you. Yeah, it should just be save. Is it not on current state? Let's see here. Current state. Yeah, it should be current state. Why is there no save on you? Oh, I'm an idiot. That's why. Because you can't be null, and you're nullable. Oop, nope. Still not. What? I thought we had used this other... Was it in... status effects? It wouldn't be the model. It'd be not the controller either. It'd just be this one. Save items on the controller. And I specified your... Oh. It's form state. That's what it is. There we go. It wasn't correctly typed. That's important. Alright. Let's try you again, shall we? Boop. Like so. Still doesn't save. Room data. State did change. That gets fired. Gets fired down here. Shouldn't need to. In fact, this shouldn't actually need to be set in set state at all, I don't think. That should pick up the change, I would think, and handle it. Yeah. That's just a problem. So... validator. Why don't you get... You don't fire if you're being looked at. Interesting. Guess we could call validate. Doesn't seem like the correct answer, but... Hmm. Raises an interesting question of... It's not the right button. It seems to be different things happening. So that validates. Unsaved changes doesn't fire, but that validates. Clear that. That doesn't. Okay. So it's when we have you open and we drag into yes. Okay. I don't think this needs this or that. I think that's fine. Let's test my theory. Because this is this version. Okay. That's fine. Everything good there. We even need to save. Cancel that. I'm just gonna do. There's two places. There are two different places where this gets injected into this form. This being one of them. Yeah, we don't even need to call save. We're good on that one. It's the... Oh, interesting. That doesn't apply. Okay, something else is funky there with the saving, but we're going to get back to that. Maybe that was what save was doing for us. Come to think of it. You, apply, out, back in, cool. Reset does not reset. Delete. Delete actually deletes like it's supposed to. We need to have that clear out too, but that's okay. This needs to... This still needs to set that though. When it accepts a drop. Okay. And then reset. Perfect. Meow. The accept draggable for the box. That lives in not in there. Lives in the map pane. Down here in the builder. Right here. No. It's going to be on the roof tile itself. This shouldn't need that. This... Ooh. So I would need to do that. That won't work either, though. Crap. Because this is now driven off of the data that's in the map itself. That's a problem. Because if we call reset here, it's going to roll it back immediately, I believe. Yeah. But the same is true here. Because we reselect from the map if we do that. We could do... We could do something in state here. Like, oh, that sucks. We'd have to basically duplicate this, but allow it to accept stuff. We could give it like a optional like an optional named fella. So then we say accept draggable. I don't have... So I'd have to do that. I have to clone you, but you need to be as room data here. And you can't be null. Value type string. What? It's as an object. Oh, it's because I need to do that. So we clone you as room data. Yeah. That's why I did that. Oh, extra parens came in. There we go. And then updated data description is equal to the draggables room description. Updated data verbose is equal to the draggables verbose. Then I get rid of that. And then set the selected tile. Again, we still give you the location, but then I give you updated data, right? So then over here, when I get that, right now it just accepts it, doesn't do anything with it. Selected tile is room data.clone selected. Here we say if overwrite room data isn't null. Actually, if it is null, we can do that still. Else, selected tile is overwrite room data. In theory. Well, that certainly didn't work, now did it? Why not? Because I did the wrong thing. This stays. I just do up here if overwrite room data. If you're not null, because I have two variables in here. I have selected tile, but I also have selected, which gets driven inside of here. Selected equals overwrite room data. And then we do stuff with selected as appropriate. And actually that should be up here. That should really be kind of have to do that instead is what I'd have to do. Kind of hate, but take a look-see here. Let's see if it actually works. Let's get you first. Still doesn't validate it. This, though... Well, no, it doesn't work if you're null. We can get the current. State map controller map can't be null at the location X. Tile data can't be null if you're here. Ooh, except for, damn it, you are. Well, that's not true anyway. We don't want tile data here. Location. We want UI grid location X. And then Y. This should really be this. That's this. I guess it'd be that. And then we can say if if that's true, then we can clone current data. We don't need that anymore. We do need some braces, though. Squirrely braces for everyone. Okay. Otherwise, and here we need updated data is either that or it's a room data. Don't know the location. Because you create a new... Damn it. That's gonna be tricky. What are you blowing up for? Apparently I had a little bit of a connection drop there. Okay. that's going to be a problem. I guess before I even get to worried about it, let's just make sure it actually works. See if it actually works, I guess I should say. Map controller, map offset. So that makes it the real location. Would actually be divided by, though. And I think here, yeah. Oop. Room description. Verbose. Okay. Oh, I should just let the other create you like that, let you set you either way, then do that. Selected with overwrite. Let's just like see. We'll have to clean this up if we want to go with that. But let's even see if it's valid first. It doesn't validate. Okay. So it doesn't validate. So basically we're just going to check this. Since it didn't do us any good anyway. I don't believe I need set state here because I'm setting stuff in there. We roll you back since you didn't do anything for us either. Like so. It was kind of ugly anyway, so I'm not too mad about that. What I would like, actually, though... Can I, like, forward a drop? No, because I don't have any knowledge of that drop in here, where it would go. That's why I was setting it in the room state. And I don't think... Let's just play with description here. On change. Are you even triggering when I update this underneath you? I don't think you are. But let's find out. Okay. Also, my camera has gone blurry. Hang on. Let's fix that really quick. Nope, it fixed itself. All right. Saw me coming. There we go. All right. So I suspect that blurriness has to do with lighting. See, it's gone again. And now it's back. Okay. It's not super bright in here. Might want to fix that in the future. All right. So we should see changed, right? Okay. Makes sense. When we type a thing in there, of course it does. Doesn't fire change when I do that. Interesting. Okay. Not surprising based on the behavior I observed, though, right? That makes sense. What if we kind of modified our earlier idea here for our set selected? We still did... that's connection clicked. Set selected tile. If we still did like an optional... override data, let's just say. And then we'll just do it, start with room, but we'll have to do connection templates as well, I believe. We'll get there in a minute. Override data. In here, we clone and we say if override data not equals null and override data is room data, then selected tile dot as room data description equals override data description selected tile as room data verbose override data verbose. That still gets set there. That's fine. And then the rest of the machinery should engage, right? That should happen before the form is even aware anything is happening. So it should come in. Boop. Don't validate, though. Oh, nope, that's, yeah, not getting set. Because we're still doing this in here, which we shouldn't be doing. It should be coming with, or rather, override data is draggable. Ooh. Except for there's a template, so that won't engage. But that's actually fine. We just need to account for that over here. Room template, which isn't imported. If you're giving me a template here, this needs to be room description and then verbose still. Okay. Shoop. That didn't work. Now did it? I do give you the template. Room description and verbose description. Why don't you... Why didn't you fill in? Is this... Shit. No, let's select a tile. That's what we set, right? Select a tile. We override that. Oh, because we already have you open? Perhaps? Not there either. Current data, room data. Map state, select a tile as room data. Let's debug this. Map editor. You know what I think I'm gonna do after stream today? After lunch? I'm gonna do nothing. I'm gonna play video games. Feels like a good day for that. Okay, so selected, didn't fire because there was no override data, right? Set selected tile. Uh-oh, that should have still fired. It didn't fire. I'm in debug mode, right? Maybe I did something stupid. I'm 98% certain I clicked on debug, though. And I'm worried that this isn't going to debug because it lives in state, which gets wonky. And my camera did, too. Ugh. Ugh. It's been one of those days, you know it? You just got to power on through. Ah, there we go. I'm worried that it's not going to debug because it lives in state and it's not attaching correctly. Gosh, dang it. Okay, so we got to go old school. Print. Override data. Room description. Because I think otherwise it's just going to print instance of this thing. Override data. Verbose description. Right? There we go. We're going to run yo. And there you are. Get up here. Test map. Okay. Didn't fire as it shouldn't have, but when I drag you in, Print doesn't work either. Let's see. Okay, yeah, duh. Because it's, oh my gosh, it's null. I forgot. That's a different case. Ugh. Okay. We need to do the same thing, though. I think we still need this, though, for the case where we're overwriting. Boop, like so. That won't validate either, though. Okay. That's okay, though. I think we're getting closer to a solution that might work. So I don't think, and we're just going to do this. It's going to be gross and ugly, but I don't care for a second here. Okay. So that should then also do that. There we go. But, okay, so that validates. Why don't you validate over here then? Either way, you should be setting selected and validating. Oh, that worked there. Okay, so it was when I had you open and I did that. Okay, no, it works now. Is this one of those funky things that it fails the first time and then everything else works? Okay, that didn't work. That didn't work. Okay. Why was it working suddenly a second ago? That's deeply annoying. Okay. So that's a possibility that gets us part way there. Balls. What if you what if after I do this, I save the state? Let's rebuild this just to be sure. Are you gonna... Oh, you're just hiding. Okay. Nope. And I'm trying to remember... why it was, like, what was breaking that I was using in the validation here string value as opposed to the description value, the controller.text. If I just overwrite this really quick, just for the hells of it. And I come back here, then you validate. Reset seems to still work. Control Z works. Kind of. It doesn't restore all the way back, but you can multiple it, which is deeply annoying. But that's related to... well, this should be tied to the form anyway. Ugh. 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 Because you on changed. Okay. That works at least still. That'll allow that to work. Allow that to work. But we've been almost bamboozled once already, so I'm going to restart. I'm going to use the restroom really quick. And we'll come back and we'll kind of see if this will work or not, and what that means for us. We might be able to get rid of this. But yeah, be right back. All right. Consequences of all that coffee I drank. All right, so we're going to run this again and make sure it wasn't just like a fluke and it will actually work for us. It's weird that one validating fixes the others, though, unless that's just a fluke too. It is, okay. So there's still something wonky with the state going on here. It's like if you save 1, then validation starts working. That's weird. That's so weird. I think I might actually actively hate Flutter's forms. They might actually be butts. So if we go back to that, let me restart here. Does that still have the funky issue with Control Z? Nah, Control Z captures. This should be getting rebuilt every time because it has a value key. But obviously it's holding on to something. Would it be an init? What if I did that? So then if I had... Well, that didn't work, did it? Set state or mark needs built. Yeah, okay. I can't do that. I guess I could do after this. So that after it gets built, it resets the state. But that's not going to stop the crap. The crap is a different thing. See, that cleared that at least. Unsafe changes just keeps getting fired, though, because of reset in that case. And we're still going to have this crap being crap. It's like all the form fields themselves will rebuild. Is there a way to preserve letter form undo history saves when form changes? Well, that's a bad search. That's a bad search. It's not going to give me what I want. Because of course it does. There is an undo history controller on a text field. Flutter form rebuilds when part of widget changes. This is really annoying. Flutter form state changes on rebuild. Let's do that. How about that? Because your variable's outside the state in this guy's case. Because he put it in the up above, but we don't have anything in the stateful widget other than the key, which doesn't change unless it does. What if this? Can't be, oh, you dirty, dirty dog. Okay, fine. Be in there. See if I care. And then we call form key, because you're not defined now. This is a late, not a final. If we do this, so if we're going to do that, we'll put you down here, lates. And then we don't have you initialize, you absolute bastard. Why don't I have access to widget here? Oh, I do. It had to be a late. Duh. Oop. Form key. Get you out of here. Then you're initialized, right? And you can be final. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Well, then my undo doesn't capture the empty at all, but then my validation doesn't work either. And that's still hosed too. Deeply frustrating. And I'm not convinced that any of that's going to solve my problem anyway. Let's roll this back. Let's roll these back really quick. Because it doesn't quite get us there still. As deeply annoying as that do be. We can do that still. chuck that. You are description controller text. On reset, we do the same thing here. I just say, to hell with you. Post description controller text value. Not text value, just text is empty. How badly does that break stuff? You validate now. I reset you. You validate now. I reset you again. Like everything kind of just works now. Reset you. All of that seems to work. Control Z doesn't really work. But I don't think it did before either. That works. That works. That worked. Oh, probably because I did it all at one instead of... Get why that... That's totally broken, but the rest of it works perfectly. It's got to be... Let's see here. There's got to be something that I'm missing here. Because right now it's kind of jank and scuffed, and I don't like it. That was a terrible article. Can we get rid of unchanged? Field state to new value. Is it because... No, you don't have it unchanged. And if I don't set you here, then in my description, I don't fire that. But if I don't fire that, why did you do that? Rebuild. Make sure. Okay. You. So even without that, this gets like stuck. I can't undo further than that. And I don't understand why. Let's see. Flutter text field undo is short. How about just doesn't work? Let's see. There's somebody had a ticket about adding them. Looks like it was added in 2022. New private undo redo widget saves a stack of recent text editing values. Provides the current state after undo redo operations. Okay. So I guess my question becomes... So I've removed the on change from the description, right? I would not expect to see this thing rebuilding when I'm changing the description field, in theory. We see you building there, right? You build here. Nothing happens there. Here, it does a build when it sets that, which is deeply friggin' annoying, but, like, it is what it is, right? But if I rebuild again, just to be 100% sure I have no extra stuff coming in, that's still cached somewhere. Even when I do this, no building, I get limited undo. Which is pretty much the same behavior as I get here. Kind of just friggin' scuffed. Let's see here. This is saying web had an issue a little while ago, 2022. We're not doing web, but let's see here. There was another issue referenced. This is still open. This is for web, though. What if we were to just switch in issues, undo, see what comes up? Well, that's annoying. Let's do text field undo. Coalesce changes by platform. Okay, so undo is scuffed in Flutter is kind of what I'm taking away from here. Text input such as the one given below. Type 1 or 2 lines of text. Now if it takes you a few seconds to finish. Control Z to undo a few times. Notice how text is grouped. Exactly matches native platform. It's likely to be off on all platforms. So here. Da 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 da. And it undoes and undoes in chunks when he does undo. Okay, makes sense. And then bop 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 bum. And then he's gonna, or at least he gets more undo history in his. Let's see, Linux here. Does that match our behavior, or is it... Okay, I don't want to see the native. I want to see... I want to see the Flutter. Show me your Flutter. Am I losing my mind? There is no Flutter? Oh. Duh. It's a separate one. Okay. So this is just a text field that they're doing an example of here. Okay. On the Linux. Yeah, they get way more undo than we do. So something else is awry there, but it's kind of scuffed is what I'm taking away from this educational dive. Let's also double check here. Characters confirmed when typed. Oh. I wonder if something is confirming it. Blinks when undo is pressed. So, like, obviously we're not typing in Japanese, but still slightly bit different behavior than what we're seeing. I don't want to do a POC for this. It's deeply annoying, though. Let's actually double check the closed and see if there's like any historical evidence for exactly our problem. Text editing a history inserts a new entry after an undo redo. I guess so. Actually, come to think of it, one of the things that they showed was that they typed for a bit, right? We were going pretty quick and just throwing in junk characters. Let's do that. So this is a more natural speed for typing things in a box. Okay. So, mea culpa. If you just whang in some stuff and undo, you might have a bad time. Let's do that. Okay. So, my bad. It's still kind of scuffed, but it's not my fault, and it's no more scuffed than what they're seeing. Where they're being a little bit more picky about it than I was. I just want it to work decent, right? Okay, so we don't need to worry about this, I think, is what I'm taking away from this. We just need to worry about the form validation part. Having it rebuild like that is still annoying. But I don't think it's going to affect us. We're still going to do that. And I think we're just going to go with validating on our controller and not the value. But when I save you, which is going to be up here at the tile data level, this one, I want to make sure save, validate, save tile changes, which goes off of the selected tile, which we change in here, right? Current state validate, current state save, save tile changes. Current data, verbose description. How were we putting the data back in there again? Unsaved, right here. Unsaved is running off of this value, though. Updates this field state to the new value. Which I shouldn't need that. But I don't have an on changed for the custom form field here. On saved, on reset. Triggers the form on change callback. Did change value. And the form on change callback is here. But this isn't getting triggered by this, I don't think. I wonder... Last did change dependencies. I don't want that. I want... guess I could also call save. Just seems like if we're going to rely on this to be the on save value, we would want, let's just do description, to use it all the way down, right? I'm concerned about, I guess, or we could use the, oh, we don't even use, on saved, we set that to that. Oh, that's not the description controller. That's why. That's current data. Yeah. So if I drag you in, that changes. Description may not be empty. Doesn't trigger. Hang on one second. I'm going to poke my head out there, see what this lawnmower situation is. I guess he's trying to mulch some leaves, so we're just going to have to deal with it for a second. Or something, I don't know. Just keep on mute until he goes and does the work someplace else. I don't even know how bad it is really in the audio. Or we just go. We can just go and power through. Skip ahead if you don't like it. Okay, so we could try saving here, but I don't think that's going to trigger. What was the other thing? Oh, he finally went away. Thank goodness. They haven't taken care of the leaves for so long out there. It's good that they're doing it. Just wish he wasn't right now. So state did change. But that's the state of the field. Save, reset, dispose, validate, did change, reassemble. What is reassemble? Reassemble, oh, okay, yeah, no. Like, we don't really have a ton of options here, right? Oh, he's back again. Init state again. Nah. It's not really... Well, maybe, actually. What happens if I call it? Let's just find out. Will it, like, trigger it to know that a thing has changed? I don't think so, but... Oop, that didn't work, huh? It's gonna say that it was called during build or something. Oh no, it's rated as not true. Alright. Kinda didn't think that was gonna be what I wanted anyway. Save is kind of... Saves every form field that is the descendant of this form. I don't think that's going to do it either, though. I clicked on the wrong thing. Doesn't validate. And that's the form field state. I guess we could call validate on it. I think we tried that though, and it didn't get us anywhere, right? Because it's just gonna, yeah, it's just gonna say there's nothing in there. Oh, it's interesting. It cleared it. Yeah. It doesn't actually pick up that there's a change. Damn it. Guess we could do this. So description, we fire that. Come in here. Yeah, it just doesn't fire the change. Exposed by the form field state error text property. Uses this to override that. Error in normal state can cause the height of the text form field to change if no other subtext, decoration. Input decoration helper text parameter to a space. Oh yeah. Guess we're just gonna do this and see if it bites us. Because it's like the only thing that reliably is working. I'm wondering... if I should... do the saving as well based on that, just to be sure. And we do the same thing where we take a look at the description controller text. Instead of the value. And let the rest of it just do its thing. Unsaved. We verbose description controller text is not empty. We were already doing that. Okay. Down here. We're going to go with it. What else do we have that was not not kosher. So that'll fix up the other thing. Yeah. I think connections we fixed, right? Yeah, we need them to expand, but yeah. Those are happy at least. Okay. Whoops. I forgot to do this in a branch, I think. Yep. Okay. That's fine. I should be able to stash. Fix. Room, drag. And drop. Pop the stash. Switch to looking at the data in the text controller instead of the string value that is passed back from the text or from the form field. Like so. Okay. Okay. Let's... This shouldn't have changed anything at all, but we're going to run this anyway. Oh, yeah, there's an upgrade too. We'll worry about that a little bit. Okay, yeah. I wish they would say what they changed. I think we looked for that before and couldn't really tell. That's files. That's not what I want. I want... Where is my... There you are. You! My you. Okay. We'll mergeify. Delete the branch. Okay. Oh, you go in here. Paul. Oop. All the words are needed. There we go. Okay. Let's just take a look. I want to know, what did y'all do in your update? 341 and Dart. Is it that? No. Let's go. This is Flutter version 311 and Flutter 341, but this is going to be a patchy patched version. Go away. Let's see, April. Okay, yeah. Do you want to tell me about, like, the point releases that you're doing here? Could you tell me where I find such a thing? I might have scrolled past it, but this is mostly for the big release, right? Which is fine, but release notes. This is this, though. This isn't... Like, where do I find the... Is there a... Like a dry run? There's no update, upgrade. No. Verify only. So this would be 341.2. Like documentation, but like what came when? It's really annoying. Other changes? No. Disappointed in the documentation on that. We could check out. We could go back to the Git. And see. There's no releases there, so they do it a different way. They release, well, they build and put it on their website, I guess, right? Flutter announce. For a list of updates, fixes, see the change log. Okay. Here we go. Content size is not enabled on Android. Don't care. That's not... Don't care. Nope. Probably don't care about that either. Okay. So, nothing that would impact us. I doubt it there would be, right? But, you know, always worth a check, I suppose. And now we know that the changelog in... It's the wrong window. The changelog in the Flutter repo all right, here is where we go to find these things. So now we know. Okay. Learn something new every day. Let's see. What are we going to tackle next? Connection templates to connection forms. We do need to fix that. So let's go ahead. Fix connection template. Drag and drop. Oop. And I've only got... Oh no, I've got the other one, but that's fine. We'll have to merge everything into him when we're done fixing all the bugs we discovered while trying to build our gym, but that's okay. Okay. Drag and drop. You are currently a Baruchin on... Just on forms, though, I believe. So when we have you open... Connections, this work fine. This save fine. But if I try to make, let's say, West be a foo, this no worky. So we need to go look at connection data here. And that's fine. Everything else is working. It's going to be in the room form, but it's going to be same widget under the hood. That's just the container. Tile data sidebar, connection tile form. Oops. We can click on the right thing. Gosh. Connection data form. You should have my drag and drop stuff in you. And you do. This, however, we shouldn't need to set state. Set on save changes, yes. Expanded, yes. This we just need to do switch this to this, right? Should take care of my trubs. Foo, there we go. That's what we need to do. Okay, we're gonna close that real quick, because we're gonna do a rebuild after this. Words. You are exit enter or transit exit controller. Exit controller, like so. We'll get you. You should be exit. What are you? Enter exit and description. Exit description. Text is that. Exit description controller. Value. This. Ooh. This doesn't have. We let you manage your own, right? And swapping you. Exit description, spot DC. That's going to be a problem, I think. We can test it. So if I tried to say, let's just do north here for the sake of argument. So you're 0, 0 now. Foo connection template has 5, 5 in here. Oh, it does pick it up. Okay. These didn't, because when we do our this is on init state. So they didn't get re-init. So we need to set them, but we can set the underlying data here because it's a copy of the data. It should be okay. If we apply you, everything validates, and North. Ooh, that didn't. That should be foo enter. Is it because of the same thing? ID, origin, destination, enter message. Focus change, validator. On saved, we used value, but things like enter message, on saved, no, we used value there too. So why didn't value update for you? Text draggable, enter message, exit message, copy with, exit description. You changed, yeah. Okay, what's different here? Enter controller, exit controller. Enter message, form field string, transit enter. Initial value is transit enter. I wonder if initial value has something to do with it. With detecting the changes. I wonder. Let's rebuild this just to be sure. I'm going to take a cheeky peek real quick. Just for giggles. Our description has description controller.text as the initial value. Okay, so that probably didn't matter. Okay, anyway. Let's go back here. And while we're at it, let's just double check that we expand as we're supposed to. We don't, okay. In fact, that didn't accept the drop at all. Was that set state required? It wasn't required in room data, right? Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, that toggles that off. You didn't work. Is it just the fact that I dropped? No. Oh, duh. This is room, not connection. I'm an idiot. It's failing. We need to give user feedback on that. Foo enter. Okay, so north. Foo enter, foo leave, puff of foo. Okay, that's correct. You bop. Okay, that works now too. Let me also just make sure that this is actually required, because it shouldn't be based on what we learned in room, right? And then we're going to wrap it up here as soon as we check this, because it's time for lunch. And it's been a very frustrating afternoon chasing all these weirdnesses through Flutter's forms. Connection, bam, interleave, puff of foo. We let the map dealio, deal with our state. Okay, yeah. All right, so actually no, we're not going to do this. We're going to leave this fix connection, drag and drop onto opened form. We're going to take a quickie licky over here. We're going to chuck in here editor map editor. We need to provide an error snack bar when attempting to drop a room template on a connection and vice versa. We can check that up. This is for a different, this is different. All right. We're going to go with that. We'll pick that up on Friday because that's when I next stream. So thank you for those of you who came to hang out. It was good to see those of you who are returning viewers. It's good to meet those of you who are new. I hope everybody enjoyed. I had a slightly better afternoon, morning than I did. Mine was frustrating. It was fine. It was just frustrating. I hope yours went better. If you like this kind of thing, I do it for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending today. So come on back Friday around 10 a.m. Central, and I'll be here doing more of it, and I'd love to see you again. If not, you guys have yourselves a great week anyway. I'll catch you some other time on down the road. Thanks again, everybody.